Okay, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome. Hey, Bill. Hey, Malfrey. Hey, Tuxedo. Hi, Rod and Richard and Jay. How are folks today? Hey, B. McNichol and Kian. Hi, Maurice, Lars and Maganati. Hey, Leonard. YouTube says I'm live, so let me put my phone away. Hey, Nappin. Hey, Nate. Hey, Steve and Barry and Lucas. That's how far up. Hey, Nora. Hey, Cliff. Hey, Skyrim and Delvin. How are folks? Hey, Maurice. Hi, Jose and Nate and Anton. Lord Gitface. Whew, it has been a busy week for me. Just an FYI, we will probably have cat appearances today. I don't know when. Oscar is extremely anxious when we have visitors and likes to hide underneath the bed, and that's where he is right now. Now, visitors are leaving right now, so hopefully he'll relax and come in here on his own accord at some point, or Xander will bring him in. Hey, Steven. 1066 and Andrew. Hi, Ross. Hi, Nerd. Nighthawk 36, don't like 240 volts. No. That's an extra 216 volts. That's not good. Hey, Marcus. Hey, the Reverend. How are the Filament faithful today? I'm doing good. We getting the kitties elevated today? We'll see when they come in. Hey, Jack. Hey, Undefined Explode. Barry, there is a mill in the background. Oop. That big pallet there houses a Precision Matthews mill that I am avoiding even tearing the plastic off yet. Hey, Neil. Hi, Jose. Okay, so what has gone on this week before we get diving into here? Did anybody catch my guest spot on Creatrix Brit's Twist stream? That was a lot of fun. I had a good time. That could have gone on quite a bit longer, and it would have still been fun. So hopefully, if you didn't catch that, there is a link to her channel in the Going Live channel on Discord. I think you can view it. Twitch is weird. I don't know what VOD options are available, but I know that Brit is talking about cleaning that up and putting it on YouTube at some point. So when that happens, I'll throw a link out there. So look how clean my garage is. I don't consider it clean. It needs to be cleaner, more organized. It's cluttered. It's not dirty, it's just cluttered. Anyway, that was a whole lot of fun. And we went into a lot of food. So went into a little different direction in some things and different details than I've done in the past. So, somebody else has OG Maker on Twitch. So the crowns, I looked that up today. That is a experimental feature that I'm apparently lucky enough to have pushed to my channel. Let me see, there's a link here. Let me copy this link. If you want to know about it, the link, YouTube's answers is here. I'm undecided on if I think it's a good idea or not. I'm all for things that promote. So basically it's a ranking system based on interaction, if I'm understanding it right. And I'm undecided. I guess it depends on if it promotes empty interaction or might encourage folks to interact, maybe that little extra push. So we'll see. If it ends up being something that is not great, then I'll look to see if there's a way of disabling it. You have to, if you go to that document and you don't like it, you don't want to be opted in, you can opt yourselves out, that kind of thing. I think you'll still see them, but your own interactions you won't show up on the list. So, hey there, Ranch Kid. Hey Clifford. Hey Schlunky Kong. Hi Benny. And then Steve Builds likes to make peanut butter cookies for special occasions. Yes, I have put myself on the hook to bring peanut butter cookies to an event. Likely 3D Printopia. Is it spam proof? I don't know. So we'll see. We shall see. We'll play it by ear. Hey, Daniel. Hey, Brian. One thing that kind of came about, so the Precision Matthews mill here, I had not intended on doing any content unboxing that, but I think it's morphed into the idea that this Saturday, I'm gonna have a special guest here and hopefully someone in chat helping, and we are going to unbox it on a special Saturday stream. It will be public, it won't be a Charlie's Angel stream, and it'll be interesting. We'll see how that goes. That is a nearly 400-pound machine, and the reservation I had before was needing to pay attention to chat at the same time as making sure I don't hurt myself or others while unboxing it. So the idea is to have someone in chat that is able to talk voice to me and the famous person. Yes, very famous, Neil. Bill is agreed to come over. Bill is fairly close to me, relatively. So Bill is going to come over and we're going to unbox that. And I'm going to work on trying to get some camera angles so we can at least get it. And we'll see how it goes. Maurice, sorry, I did see your question. I forgot to answer. I haven't seen Pooch yet. So, Andrew, thank you very much for the peanut butter cookie fund. Had something more machine-like in mind on what? Might need to bring some cookies to Vice. We'll see. I might be getting myself into something here, huh? Which tequila goes best with peanut butter cookies? Peanut butter cookies work really well in creamies. The Bill, yep. So that'll be fun. I'm really anxious to get this unboxed and start being able to use it. I have not unboxed it because I have been extremely busy. And let me see if I can bring up. I've been extremely busy in the wiring for the shed. Let's just do some quick pictures of where I'm at on that. Let me open this thing. Open it in the browser. Bring this over here. I am not an electrician. Let me start this off by I am not an electrician. And the biggest problem I find in even if you understand the safety involved in electrical work, the bits and pieces needed to combine to comply with electrical code is sometimes very difficult to find. How are you supposed to run something? What is fill percent in a conduit? What gauge wires? All this kind of stuff. So this is my sub panel on, oh gee, that got big. This is my sub panel, kind of a later in the evening picture of progress I've made over the last couple of weeks. Completed my Core One kit build this week in about 10 hours. Awesome. So this is a 50 amp feed to the sub panel. It's 6 gauge THHN wire. The big question I had is this is an exterior surface mount sub panel. It's properly set up as far as grounds and neutrals and that kind of stuff. But how do you get the wire, the feeds, the circuits from here, from the breakers in here, into the shed in a code compliant method. And that's where I ended up going out on a forum I've been a part of for a very long time. It's called Garage Journal. And there are some folks on there that are electricians that sometimes pop into threads and give advice. I took that advice, did some of my own searching, used that as a springboard to do some searching to try to find results referencing back to the NEC, National Electric Code, I think, to confirm what they're saying. And so now I've gone with that, and we'll see what our inspectors, what our inspector says. So there is a nipple here. It is protected on each end with a bushing. It is attached with double locking nuts on either side. And then there's a 4x4 conduit or a junction box inside the shed on the other side of this. So, and then the real quick, just so we can get going on this build, the other part of this is here. So this is the inside of that, and that's that junction box. It's a little hidden behind chat there, but you can get an idea. And then outlets, this wire, it's going through the studs. It's over 1.25 inches. The hole drilled through there is, I think I did 1 3/8 or 1.5 inches of wood in between there, which is what code needs to not have to put nail plates there. And this goes along at the 16-inch mark from the floor. That's arbitrary, but it is a number I can remember. And if I ever do want to mount something low, I can know to avoid that area. So, is there a reason you didn't put the sub panel inside the shed? A very good reason. So if you have a sub panel in any location, you need clearance around it. You need to maintain clearance. You need to be able to get to it, to service it, to emergency shut off, anything like that. If I had put this inside of my 10x12 shed, I would have killed a whole area where I couldn't put shelves or I couldn't put anything and still be compliant with code. So that is what dictated the exterior mounting on this. And I have a proper exterior surface mount panel there. So it is not a bad idea to put plates over them. I may or may not. I will make that decision when I go to finish the inside. But for right now, if I end up not doing it, I am code compliant with the with not needing plates on there. So, hey Justin. Exterior one has to be super careful to be in attendance with code. Yeah, and I've already had it runs through conduit. The feed wire going to the shed runs through conduit underground. That's already been inspected and passed. So, in my shed, it's my rules. I do plan on closing the walls. I plan on insulating and finishing the interior of this. So once that happens, I will make my own decision on what direction I want to go. Anyway, I did use Wagos. I am risking that the inspector is good and understands that Wagos are code compliant, and knowing that any electrician I've talked to in the area are very anti-Wago. However, that's slowly changing because you can go into my local Home Depot and buy brand name Wagos. I actually had to because I ran out of 5-position Wagos, and was lucky that they carried them, so I needed a 5-position for the ground. So, okay, let's get to this. We are at this point in the, little bit. I'm not buying it. This shed is actually an insulated enclosure for a large printer. I could print open air. Yesterday, I was working on this. It was 100 degrees here. I could have probably printed open air inside of that shed in ABS or ASA and been just fine. I don't know if it's Wago or Wago. I've always said Wago. The biggest trouble I had with my electrical were sitting addendums, but the inspector was awesome, told me what I did wrong and how to fix it. That's what I'm counting on. The inspector I talked to with the conduit was very nice. And in general, they tend to be a lot more lenient and nice to DIYers, that from what I've heard. The camera is dancing. Okay, I didn't catch that. Doesn't matter if they're compliant, but if they're on the list of approved. You can still get the occasional inspector out there that's, yeah. Oh, there it goes. It's dancing. Why are you dancing? It's all that, it's having a hard time focusing, I guess. The pass inspection, no problem. Look better than being good. Okay. This is where we left off. I put this on here because this is a neat little print. This was on printables. Let me grab the link to that. I used this. Yeah. Hey, Steve, we are gamified. Yep. Let's see. Let me put a link here. I thought this was a really neat print. Oops. Shoot. Share. Copy the link. And paste this into chat. Whoa, what is going on? There we are. A very broad spectrum of inspectors out there. If you had a reason one, yeah. I took the opportunity to print this in the new Polymaker HTPLA glass fiber. Speaking of which, we are doing a giveaway at the 3 hour mark. Links in the pin post in the description. But I received this filament just a few days, maybe a week before leaving for Rocky Mountain Rep Festival. I was neck deep in building Cascade, so I didn't get any opportunity to print with it prior to leaving. So I took this as an opportunity to print it. It turned out absolutely fantastic. This is the black glass fiber HTPLA, and the white is actually the glass fiber white. Didn't have to be, but that's what I had already open. And then the orange is Prusa orange PLA. It is a really neat model. It's got spot for all of the Core One tools. The spot for the wrench is tight, so it did break the piece, but the rest of it is pretty cool. Kind of looks like Prisoner in Court hair when your beard covers the design. Nice. This was a big print. There was, I thought it would be good for the glass fiber because that will have a less tendency to warp. There is zero warping, maybe tiny lift there in the corner. You can see an angle. And there's about the same on the bottom. I don't want to turn it over because all those nozzles don't actually lock in. This was printed on my Core One, on the pre-assembled Core One I have. It was not annealed because I don't have a great way to anneal something this size. For the shed project, I figured I would take the opportunity also to print some spacers. So these spacers here are for the conduit going up to the panel. This will screw into the side of the shed, and then I'm using an off-the-shelf clamp proper clamp for the conduit that's gonna go here. So this is gonna go there. This groove here is for my grounding rod wire to get fixed in place. This I did anneal. I put this in a heated thing at 230 degrees Fahrenheit, 110 C for half an hour. There is some warping on the bottom surface. That was there before annealing it. These are 10 perimeters, so they're very solid. It also made it very tough to keep them from doing a slight bit of warping. I don't think that has it's more on the design and the print settings I used rather than the print. I did just use Prusa profile in in Prusa Slicer, and I think PA is too high. Looking at those gaps, the default PA value for Prusament is too high for this Polymaker HTPLA. Hey, Raj. Hey, Martin Clownhammer. Hey, Maker Viking. Hey, Joey. Hey, Laura and Sean. Do you have a Micro Center, or is the new Santa Clara location now it? That is the closest, and that's still a 2.5 hour drive or so. What do we got here? Catch up. Hey, Andres. So anyway, I need to secure the conduit, and since it's spaced off from the shed, this is another one of those things. What do you do? I imagine someone would do a little wooden block, and if a wooden block is okay, I figured this would be okay. Just made it work with an off-the-shelf clamp for that conduit. So, okay, what else do we have? That's gonna get installed today. Hey, we got both of them? Just Felix? Okay. I asked Xander to bring the cats in as they were comfortable with moving around the house. So, okay. That is that. I just wanted to show what I was doing with that stuff. They are mostly out of stock in that HTPLA stuff now. As soon as it's back in stock, I want to order some of the tool, the hand tool or whatever they call it, yellow. See how close that is to DeWalt, since my ecosystem is in the DeWalt realm. Felix, I heard you. Okay, back on the build. So I think we are at a point where we're at the heat bed assembly. So right here, let's get rid of the table of contents. And, oh yeah, I skipped through. I was trying to figure out how far I was gonna get today. So here's where we were. Fire looks great. Might get a spool of that. It does look pretty cool. The fire and ice are kind of, I like that subtle transition. I agree. Okay. I was surprised at how little this changed. I was under the impression that when you anneal PLA, it can have a pretty drastic change in dimensions and shape. So I'd like to do a little more experimenting with that, but I got to figure out a good way to anneal that's not using anything in the kitchen. Okay, heat bed. So I think what we want to do, hi, just want to let him know that I'm here, is move this over to the side. Tool head here. We're gonna have to work on the tool head a bit, converting it back from the MMU3 idler. Move this thing out of the way, and then we can bring the heat bed stuff over there. And I got boxes and boxes of stuff over here. On this box. It's the heat bed. Okay, got the heat bed. Hey John, welcome. And got some fasteners, electronics and fasteners and printed parts. I'll put those there. We had talked, it was brought up anyway, last stream on the accelerometer. And I wasn't going to set this up for the accelerometer, but I did go and grab my accelerometer box. So we may set this up to be able to plug this in and check things out. One thing is when you buy this, you get the, where is it? Aha, there it is. You get a little jumper that goes inside the electronics box. I have multiple of these printers and I don't need multiple of the accelerometer. So I bought the correct connectors to recreate these pigtails so I can make them for multiple of these printers. Those have not gotten here yet. So, hey Scotty Dog. Thomas, thanks for being a member. Trying to push my purple crown thingy score. Okay, let me get all this back together. Thought the exact same last night. Good idea. Prusa should sell it to us. They should sell extras. Yeah. I am wearing my special Prusa Core One purple shirt. These Molex connectors. So this is Molex ClickMate is the series. It is a 1.5 millimeter pitch. So yes, they are going to be a challenge to crimp. I have some of them. I placed 2 orders. This is them. That's the connector. This is the 4-pin. I bought 4-pin, 2-pin, and then I bought the stuff to do 6-pin and 12-pin. But that's it's kind of hard to see. Maybe we can put this next to a JST XH. That's a JST XH there. So if you have the Wi-Fi, it passes that connector out. Yes. Yes, which means, but you need that little connector to do that. Oh, there you go. Felix is finding, oh, there we are, there we are. He grabbed one of the balls in his mouth. One of the little felt toys. You only need the cable if you do not have the Wi-Fi and NFC plugged in. That's not true, Wyoben. You need the little pass through. Let me retract that. I don't think that's true. I think you still need that little jumper cable. What's the pitch on the 1.5 millimeter pitch? Do you have a list of mods you're going to do? Yes. And I'm done. I'm not planning on doing any mods. At least not right now. How long was the retract Steve just did? Let me take that back. The plan for this printer is to put the MMU3 on it. And I will probably do the community mod with for that, which is like 5 kilograms of plastic to do. So, hey Clee. Everybody say hi, Clee. Everybody thank Clee for a wonderful Clee day. How do I change the speed on a live stream? I usually watch you at 1.5x and are talking real slow. You only need a jumper if you don't want to open up the electronics box every time you want to plug it in and you have the new Wi-Fi board. Yep. Nozzle brush mod seems useful. Hey Kian. Hey Zybertech. You might have a problem with length without the jumper on a Core One. Can get away with it on a Mark IV. Okay, I need more bits and pieces. So we have fasteners. We have a thing of printed parts somewhere. Let's see what fasteners we need. Save maybe $30 in Clee Day for stuff needed. Awesome. think this is heatbed cable. We're going to need that. We are going to need the M310 Torx. I think that's right there. M38 Torx. Oh, that's just odd. Why wouldn't those also be in here? Tito, thanks for the gift of memberships. Okay, we're gonna put this over there. And that is all pulleys. We'll need that at some point. Let's try here. M310, nope. M310 Torx. They're in this bag. They were in this bag. Did I use those elsewhere, it looks like? Where did those... Oh, I know where they are. Okay. Mike G, thanks for being a member for 27 months. Good afternoon, Britt. Welcome. Those black Torx are right here. I put them away. Okay, and then a couple of washers, which are right here, and a couple of lock nuts. Hey, Damascus Everglades. Hey, Greenbeard. Those. So. It's important to connect the power cable correctly before you start the assembly. Have a look at the pins. The one on the left with ground sign must be connected with the black wire. The reason for this, and really the only reason that the polarity matters, is there is an LED on here. So the LED makes it polarized. If you hook it up backwards, then that LED won't work. I don't know if it'll blow out, but it won't work. Hey, Keela, welcome. And then we have a heatbed cable here. We want to pay attention to which side has the QR codes or not. This and that. And then a printed parts. I think those are, let's end up. Find those printed parts. I was glad to have you there. Cut your Twitch stream. Yeah, I was telling folks earlier, Britt, that I had a fantastic time on that stream. I was glad some of the kind of not off topic, but the direction we took on things. It wasn't typical. It was nice. It had a good flow. It had a good flow. Where are those printed parts? CoreXY parts, hinges set. That's not what I want. Metal parts. Where did those go? I just saw them. Well, just as in, oh, there they are. When our friends chat with us, that's what makes live streaming so great. Why are they saying the heat bed has a polarity? The heat bed on the Prusa has a polarity because it has an LED. And if you don't hook it up right, it's because there's an LED. Okay, so we need these parts. Okay, let's get into here. So we are going to, I am leaving that sheet on there, I guess. This piece we don't need. Now, is there a, yep. Okay, so there's an interesting note here. So you want to pay attention to this little bit here, because there is a side on these. If we put this the wrong way up, then here, maybe this will be good. Then this is going to not fit into the printed part right. This makes everything a little more low profile. Tucks it in behind the PCB. Polarity and diodes, doesn't matter. You're good. Now, what is going on? Do you want out? You really just don't want to hang out. So I'll let you out. Maybe you guys will both wander in. I'll leave the door open. Maybe they'll both wander in here on their own. Okay. The mill did come in. Yep. We are going to open that. Watch out. There is a special stream on Saturday. If I look here, if I try to put that in, it's kind of annoying. The heat shrink is a little too close. I can't get that hole to line up and have this set behind here. If I tighten that down, then that feels like it defeats the purpose of the whole flipping it around the right way or not. I think I am going to, for better or worse, trim the heat shrink back a little bit just to make that set well. Yep. I am going to set this down here, and I am just going to take this like that, and go down at an angle like that. Hey, looky there. Could just warm it, but this is fine. And it doesn't say to put the nut on there yet, but it's going to be a whole lot easier to keep all this sorted. Threading this thing on here. Little things that matter. That's the idea. We pay attention to the details. I will check. It looks like they did different. So it's just whoever is assembling them, they put the heat shrink on further on this one than this one. So this will work without any tweaking. And you can see that it's just the position of the heat shrink. Not that bag anymore. I'm going to open up my little Core One toolbox and get the T10 out of here because this is a handy little driver. Grab my little J Concepts driver here. Hey, Scott. I know. So Scott, I had family over this weekend. And Oscar is very anxious with strangers, and he is still hiding under the bed. They left about 45 minutes ago, right before I went live. So I'm hoping, I left the door open, I'm hoping they'll wander in here. Okay, so that is not tightened fully, but I want to make sure I can tweak the position of those wires if I need to. Okay, next, and then we got these printed parts. These are printed in PCCF. We are going to put some nuts in there. Underneath. And, okay, so basically what I think I'm going to do here is point these towards each other and then tighten them down. Put these a bit towards each other, it looks like. Something like that. Number of viewers just halved. Not surprising. Who do we have? We have almost 200 people here. 64 likes. Let's go ahead and tighten this down. He's not anxious with all of us. He likes this. I'm hoping he decides to come in before we're done here. Hey, Kenneth. Oh, hey. Speak of the devil. Speak of the devil. Say hi, Oscar. Hi. I just got done filming only to discover the receiver battery is dead. Ouch. There we go. Now things are well. All is well with the stream. Well, as I get a... Okay. Pull these in. Yes, likes for Oscar. Okay, this thing is going to go on here. Just kind of settle around those lock nuts there. And I think there's probably a, what is that? In one of these in 3x10 Torx screws. I imagine, I don't know if this is true, but I imagine Prusa is going to migrate their entire fastener lineup to these Torx screws. They seem to like them a lot. All the evil people are gone. They're not evil, but you seem to think so. Happy, thanks for being a member for almost 3 years. What's with this crown thingy? It's a YouTube engagement thing. The gamified engagement. I'm on the fence on if I like it or not. Hi, Rudy. Okay. So put that there, put that screw there, and then we get the frame. So let's get the frame. I guess this sets aside. One thing about this build is there's a lot of do a little bit, then set it aside and grab the next thing. So I feel like you want to have a lot of space. Do a little bit. Now go work on this thing for a while. This other thing. This is the bed frame. This is pretty thick steel. I was going to note that on the bottom piece, this seems like the same thickness. So we've got about 2.2 millimeter thick, and so there's two thicknesses that seem to be used on here, 2.2, and these other pieces are about 1.15-ish. Hey Rick, good thing you have the Phoenix for storage. So I meant to measure those when we were working on it last week, because the base is made out of the thicker steel, and the bed and other parts as well. Okay. So we need expansion joint, and the fasteners package includes both M3-4R and M3-4R T screws. Make sure you have the correct type prepared. We need M3-4R. Ha. M3-4R and M3-4BT. Thanks for the super chat, Bill. Special stream on Saturday. Yep, that is planned. M3-4R, not T. We will be unboxing the mill. This thing here. Clownhammer, thanks for being a member for a year. Got a Jersey Giant, badly worn. Hey Rick, did I say hi Rick? Okay, M3-4R, 9 pieces. We need 8. There's 1 spare. Martin, thanks for being a member. Time passes way too fast. So the expansion joints are what we pulled off for the old printer. We'll reuse those. What's the R for in that? Round head. Prusa has some interesting naming conventions for their fasteners. I don't know if it's based on, I would say button head, but they say round head. Okay, what is this? Place the thing in front of you with that little opening is the reference here. So we want that opening there, and then we're going to put all of these screws partially in. Is Saturday a member stream? No, we are going to do a public stream for that. That is not that fastener. So what is it? This must be, these must be 2. These aren't, are these in 3s? It says it's in 3, but is it 2 millimeter? It is, okay. Okay, good. There are a couple other threaded holes here, so pay attention. This calls out which ones to use. Going to make extra careful we don't cross thread these. So turning them backwards until it drops into place. Yes. Hi Leonard, do you have a first project for the mill already picked out? Not necessarily a first project. First things are just going to be playing with it and getting it trammed and working on squaring up just miscellaneous pieces of stock. There is a part I want to mill for the black box actually. So I'm very attention starved. Okay, and then we're gonna put these guys in there. Attach one expansion joint to any end in the same orientation as shown. Note the U-shaped groove for the screw inside, point it towards the screw. Maintain the expansion joint in the correct position and then tighten that. So that's that, and we will do all of these. And there is a little tool for holding that in place. Dude, you are very attention starved. Okay. So now we're gonna grab these guys and put them on. What? No, I can't get there. These are very particular in what driver. See, that stops. I can't actually. Okay, we are going to take a little break here and we're going to do treats. I'm going to reward this behavior, I guess. And Felix isn't here, but I'm hoping it will get this guy off my back. We are going to take a break and do treats. Felix, want some treats? There you go. It is time for us to try to trim his nails again because he is catching me in the back. Oh, there's Felix. You want a treat? There you go. Hey, that's my finger. I'm glad he doesn't bite down hard. Okay. He knows what he's doing. I know, but the poor guy has been anxious. Okay, anyway, what I was saying before I was clawed. Don't they get regular bowls of meal? Oh yeah, oh yeah. They like their treats though. Is some drivers don't stick through there. Now I guarantee the driver they came with fits through there. It's probably gonna be this guy. No, this one. Just a regular Allen wrench. And then, which one is this? There's a little slots there for these. So let's go ahead and use the stuff. It did not come with that toolbox. I printed that, and that is just so that is the model. That's the toolbox. Hey, Brent. And this will hold this on. So let's go ahead and do this. We are going to just use that. And since the slot is this way, I can just put some pressure that way and we can get these on. The Jersey Lurker, a member for 30 months. Thank you. What are your thoughts on buying used printers? You know, my general thing with buying used anything, especially something in the hobby space, is I tend to feel like I'm saving money by buying used, and sometimes, but I usually go through it enough to where it's probably questionable on if I saved anything. So potential I saved something from going in the trash, which is a good thing. Tiago. That works out pretty well. Just put each of these on here. Don't buy another one's project. Yes. You know, we've talked about RC cars and my hobby there. I bought a Traxxas Revo Nitro once, and it was an older version. There was a longer chassis out. I think I ended up replacing every single part but the engine on that. I would have been better off buying the new version. Hey, buddy. Hey, Mark. Thought the corner ones were at an angle. Are they? They are. They are. We'll fix that. And that makes sense. The intent on these is they can, if you look at it this way, they can parallelogram and for heat expansion. And you want basically everything to point to the center point. So these should be at a 45-degree angle. That. Oh. Okay. It's hard to eyeball some of those. These are 45, so I can line it up there, but these are not 45s. Okay. Position, repeat procedure, next. Now we've got a LED strip. Where is that? Is that right here? Is that over? What is in here? Store seal. Where's the LED strip? Found in the electronics and fasteners package. There you go. Electronics and fasteners package. Aha. There's a little box. Little box with two LED strips. We want the 166 millimeter. I'm just going to do that one there. Ooh, that's a long cable. Holy moly. Yeah, we want the shorter of these two. There we go. And I'm gonna jump over there. Good job. Okay, and then this guy, which is the LED status cover, right? Some protective stuff on it. This is, I'm just gonna throw this extra lead screw nut in with the other ones in my tray there. And what is this? LED strip diffuser. Oh, is that? That doesn't look like that. That looks different. That looks different. We've got LED status cover. And then on the CoreXY parts and hinges package. CoreXY parts and hinges package. Here it is. There it is. Okay, that is what we need. So we've got the diffuser and this. Now it looks like he may work towards getting playful on there. Okay. There was a recent video highlighting VFA and profile issues on the Core One. You experience any of this? You know, every Prusa I've had has had some fine VFA to various degrees with different filaments. It is an interesting thing, and I'm not sure what, similar to the video, I'm not sure what the ultimate fix or cause is. It definitely shows up on silk filaments a whole lot more than others, and I don't print much silk. So, okay. TV stations turned off at night. I think we had 5 channels in Massachusetts in the early 60s. I grew up with 3. I think it was channel 7, channel 9, which is PBS, Public Broadcasting Station, and channel 12. And then they added channel 24 later. Hey, BBs. Okay, and then some fasteners and some spacers. What are these spacers? 3.2 by 6.5. Not in that package. Okay. 3.2 by 6.5 spacers. Here we are. A bit annoying that you had to look in different boxes for the parts you need. Yeah, I don't disagree. They are spread out quite a bit. I'm not sure the logic. It seems on most builds I've done, they tend to have things in major sections, and that does not seem to be as much the case here. It said in here, and it says this is where they should be. I must have taken this out. Just have pulleys there. Magnets. Where did I put those? Ah, there they are. This is an extra little thing that was in there. Small parts and fasteners. Yeah, definitely small parts. There's a spacer and there's a spacer. Interesting. Interesting. Let's not lose any of these. That would really not be good. Oh. Okay, spacers. Spacers. And some zip ties. Okay. So right here, place the heat bed in front of you in the same orientation. Yes. Same orientation as the pictures. Let me set that there. And then carefully peel off the protective paper layer from the RGB strip. And it is going to go there. Can you guys hear him? He is being very needy. Sometimes it's hard to take from a video how bad or niche the issue is. I think it's definitely an issue. I think that if it was an easy problem, that it would have been solved. I don't know what... I don't know. It's one of those things that 10 people have 10 different solutions to it, and it's going to mostly be based on the particular combination of things that they tried worked, and suddenly that's the solution. So I know that they kind of alluded to it being a CoreXY thing, and we've definitely seen it on Vorons and stuff, so I don't know. Let's put you back there. Now you can't reach me. Okay, so this kind of thing always has me nervous. Stick something with adhesive to another part. I am very permanent attachment adverse. How do you gain XP? I think by interacting in chat. Okay, so carefully peel off the protective layer, stick the LED strip evenly. Cable must point to the right. After sticking, press lightly. Do not touch LEDs and resistors. Well, that's awful. Use post-its then. Caused by aliens trying to send messages to us. It's like Morse code. I did notice on that video, the particular one I think you're talking about, Neil, at the very end they showed an example of what they said was VFAs, and it was very obviously ringing rather than VFAs, but that was a little nitpicky. The rest of the video did show VFA stuff. Okay, we're gonna clean this off. This is where it's supposed to go, and it looks like it gets... There's a hole right... Oh, good job. Nice jump. Looks like there's a hole right there that we want to avoid. There we go. Stick to the part where it's going to get hot. Seems like it'll stay there. This doesn't... I don't know. I don't think it gets very hot, and I imagine they've thought of that. It hasn't been a problem on my other Core One. Okay, so this is gonna go across and set right there. So, like that, avoiding that hole there and pretty much centering between these two holes. You lay a strip of painter's tape first and stick them to that. Nah, this'll be fine. I'd trust this more than painter's tape to stay there. Now this comes off the end, but I want to make sure I'm peeling the backer off the adhesive, because it seems like, let me push this in and make sure that this is sticking to the heat shrink on the end here. I feel like I'm pulling the adhesive with it. So if I stick that down and then get in here with my, yeah, there, nope, I pulled that. I think the idea, there we go. So you can see, oops, sorry. You can see the adhesive is there on the, so I'm gonna bend this and kind of angle it. Angle it off to the side just for a bit here. And then similar to when we put on a heat bed, I can set this down here, center all this and line all this up without that touching on the end. Looks like right about there. And then I can touch the end here now and then pull this, and they say avoid touching the LEDs, but I am going to touch the LEDs because I want to push down on all the spots. You think Oscar knows when you have bare glue around? Don't know. Cat hair. Oh, for cat hair. Just pressure on this kind of stuff is a good thing. And then what I'm going to do to alleviate the touching things, we'll just do a little light wipe off with things. There we go. Hey, Francois. Okay, that goes away. Are you too far back there, Oscar? Do you not like it? Are you gonna jump here? You gonna jump here? That's a long jump. You found with filled filaments you need to cap the flow rate. No. I don't generally hit limits of flow rate anyway, but okay. They say don't touch that stuff. I will suggest not touch it. I ignored that and just cleaned it off afterwards. Next, now place the LEDs over the RGB LED strip. Note the orientation of the part according to the beveled edges. Place 2 spacers on the holes in the edges of the LEDs. Sure hope this is all correct. Next, and then, oops. You hit the button for me. Peel that off, and then those are in 3x10s. Okay. So this guy is going to go like this. Lower flow rate than the base material. I haven't noticed. I run filled stuff at the same speeds as I run, like if I like ABS and ASA, I run it at the same speeds as I run anything else. Do a little peel. So is there a up or down on this thing? Because there's 2 different covers. Note that one side of the cover is matte, the other side of the cover is glossy. Attach the LED strip cover to the assembly matte side up. Okay. That's the matte side. Okay, and then this goes on here. that to those spacers. Spacers. I'm going to link to that glass fiber PLA printed the Core One toolbox in. So that if you go to Polymaker, Polymaker's website for your region, it's their HT PLA. And they have a regular and a glass fiber version. The gray parts I showed earlier are regular. They're not glass fiber. I probably wouldn't have gotten any good. Any warping on that part in the glass fiber version. There we go. Prusa build or rebuild upgrade. Cool. Next. Did that. Next. Now I got a bunch of zip ties to put in. Noting the direction of the heads of the zip ties. They removed the EU store, so I need to get it from a third party. Really? They removed the EU store? Glass fiber PLA seems mostly for annealing. Glass fiber reduces part deformation. Okay, so we've got this. What I don't understand, and I haven't really looked at it much or asked many questions, is there's a lot of marketing around this that doesn't emphasize the need to anneal it to get the claimed temperatures. And I don't know how much that makes a difference. Because I don't have much experience with annealing high temp PLA. Protopasta makes a high temp PLA, and they're big advocates of annealing it as well. I just haven't done it. Having co-extruded filament becomes a standard for filled filaments. The annealing helps for parts under load. I don't know about that, Kiloprince. There's lots of other properties that are an advantage to having a less rigid filament. Okay, those are on there. And we've got the cable that's going to go through there. And does this actually get tightened down? Ooh, nice. Okay. HTPLA is weak under load. Yeah. Yeah, the most common question in our segment has been, and it's going to be, can I print printer parts with it? And I think the answer is still going to be, it's not advised. Do have some cool filaments coming from Soraya I'm looking forward to trying. I have some their foaming TPU and more rigid TPU hopefully on the way. And then some other PPS, PPA type stuff. It's okay, Kiloprince. You're good. How's the rest of your stream today? I saw some stream performance issues that are never fun to deal with. You have any idea what's going on with that? Okay, next. Now we're going to do some bearings. Dunk, thank you for becoming a member. Okay, we had picked out a couple of bearings that were, maybe we'll go here, that were cleanest of what was there. I kind of want to revisit that and make sure I've got the best of them. So those are all from the Mark IV. We are eliminating this guy. You kind of almost see that as eyes and a big, we lost a couple of bearings at some point. So I'm setting that aside to deal with later. Was performance limited? I believe it was the multi-streaming to Twitch. Oh, yeah, I think it's known I'm not a fan of Twitch. From a viewer point of view, I think it's very unfriendly. There's a little bit of misalignment in the diffuser under here. I'm gonna fix that before I go on. Hope to fix that. There we go. Is that how I spec my bearings? Okay. Extra bearings just in case. Yes. I don't know what happened there. They must have popped out when I was doing something with that other printer. I don't mind the visual noise and stuff with Twitch, although I don't prefer it. What I don't like is the ad setup. I don't like, from a viewer point of view, that the only way to get rid of ads on an individual channel is either the full, what is it, $25 a month Twitch subscription or minimum $5 to join a channel. I kind of put I try to keep my limit around the $2 or $3 range when I join a channel. Anything over that, I really think twice about. I use Twitch to support a few folks as well. Yep. I know that it is a little more friendly in like streamer tools, stuff like that, but hey, Jeff. Okay, we're kind of going through. I want to do since I have the X ones here, I want to just pick the best two out of this whole thing. So we're just going to clean them all and grease them. And I know I found a couple that were good last time, but honestly, I don't know if I kept those straight. Thanks to Twitch, you now have XP. Oh, yes, exactly. Exactly. I don't agree with the sentiment that YouTube seems to have that you need to catch up on, or I guess I don't agree with the types of features that YouTube needs to catch up on. I think YouTube needs to do better and behind the scenes for streamers, the promoting Okay, this one, as I clean it out, has some pretty dark, way darker than the rest of the filaments as far as the grease coming off of it. I'm gonna eliminate this one right away. It means that one had something going on that is increasing debris. Malfrey, thanks for being a member for 31 months. I'm trying to figure out to watch. Subs used to be $3.99, I think. Amazon has become greedy. Yeah, I use my Prime, my Amazon Prime Twitch thing, and other than that, it's very limited in what I actively support on there. You tried the HDPLA from Polymaker yet? Yep, I have. I showed this box here. This Core One toolbox is printed in it. And I printed some stuff I'm going to use in my shed wiring build. Some spacers for the conduit. The ads can be managed on Twitch too. I had mine down as far as, I think it's 30 seconds, but you can't turn them off, sadly. The biggest thing, the biggest issue I have from a creator on Twitch point of view is the very vast majority of them do not pay attention when an ad is running. So if you like ask a question or something in chat and it's poorly timed and you get an ad, you may not ever hear your answer because it's moved on. Just gonna grease all of these up and then we'll see how they feel. Does that box have a place for Prusa's printed nozzle removal tool? No. I only need 2 of them. Yep, I'm just gonna, this one feels pretty good. That one feels pretty good, so we'll set that over there. Yep. I didn't mean to turn this into a Twitch bashing session. I don't mean to Twitch bash either. But it's come up before. That one feels pretty good too. And a big thing is, as I'm doing that, it's not turning a weird color, like a brown for rust or a black for other debris and stuff. So if the grease being worked out a very low tolerance for ads, having grown up watching PDC. That feels really good too. They're all coming out pretty clean. So any of these I think will be fine. Let's just do the last one. I think I actually greased that one. Just building a self-source box turtle. Now the fun part, configuration and calibrating it. Yep. Yeah, everything is, all those are good. So we'll just pick 2 of those. I couldn't say, just going through that, if any of them are better than the others. We are going to ditch this one for having dark grease coming out of it. I'm just gonna lightly rub these off to get the excess off the ends. See, that's clean. And that's what we want. For a minute, just this one we'll grab. How old is the donor Mark IV's? Not very. I think we saw it, what, 28 days of printing on it. I received it a little over a year ago from Prusa as a Mark III's. Did the 3.5 update on it. Eventually got it to a full Mark IV's spec. Put these off to the side, use those. And it has done a lot of MMU3 printing on it. But other than that, yeah. Nate, thanks for being a member for a month. Okay, now let's keep going. So there, we are going to do this, and we're going to, now these, I believe, yeah, I have some marks already on them to signify where the bearings are. And that is on both. You can't see it as much on this one, but I can see them. So we're gonna be able to tell where those are. One thing I don't like about Twitch is sub money, and absolutely hate YouTube notifications. Ads suck, period. So I don't do ads here, so you shouldn't see any ads. We tried it one stream, thinking that I could control when they show up, and I don't have as much control as I want. So we do 0 ads for 0 ads during live, and I turn on ads afterwards just to try to appease the YouTube suggestions algorithms. It might be only for oiling, but knowing where they are is a good thing. Keela, I was wondering where you find this. Got it. Speaking of, can I give away membership? No. I am not allowed. This is the first of the month. I am not allowed to do gifted memberships. I don't know why. Okay. Hopefully YouTube fixes it before the month is over. We ran into this. I was trying to see if I had any gifted memberships left at the end of last month, last stream, and it didn't show up. It's still not showing up, which has me concerned. What about all those ads for tools you do? Yeah, so like streamer break or something. They're information review. Keela, thank you for the gifted memberships. Thank you very much. It's very irritating when something like that just stops working. And I tried it on different platforms. I don't know. I wonder if it has anything to do with them playing around and enabling this if something else got screwed up. Anyway, let's keep moving. There. And we got these guys. Printed parts. I've seen these. Here they are. Twitch mobile lets me tag people to do PNC change on the memberships from YouTube that they just haven't told you. I don't know. Raj, thanks for the gift of memberships. Hey, Ule print things, welcome. Technology is hard, both of us thwarted by the electronic overlords. A whole bunch of fasteners and those 2 bearings we just identified. We are going to put that in there, and it doesn't really care what way. It doesn't say that we care what way it goes in. Press part into the bearing, applying more force to ensure it moves all the way down. Yeah, oh, there it is. There it is. We do care. So, but we can see it as we put them in. So let's go ahead and do that. Bearded Printer, thanks for the gifted memberships. There's that. And there's a couple more parts there. So these go in. So interesting. So if you look at this, there is a groove there which matches the groove on the bearing. I imagine they're probably telling us to put it in from this side. So you want to be able to slide it and then lock it into the groove on the other side. That way that groove only has to snap into one. If it had to snap into two, you might get stuck or you might break that plastic off. So I see. This is how it's telling you to do it, is set it down on there and then put it in. So that will work. So shift this out of the way. We're going to put that there. And we're gonna push this down the way that they want it. I think they want bearings right like that. You can kind of, I put my fingernail in here and just kind of spread it a little bit, and that helped. Not having to put as much pressure on that. I can tweak the bearing location after. Step is where I found PCCF is a lot stiffer than I thought. At least I had trouble getting the bearings in. That's why I just kind of, I noticed it was a little hard, so I just kind of stuck my fingernail in there and twisted a little bit. Just kind of. These parts are not PETG. This is the PCCF blend, the polycarbonate carbon fiber. You can turn them after install. Yeah, I noticed they are actually loose in there. It's woo. Yeah. Okay, we have. We're basically going to center the rows on this slot and then put in a M3x10 and a nut on the other side, and then a bunch of lock nuts in there. So hey project, how are you? Got a couple of spools of PCCF arriving tomorrow. Nice stuff to print with. I like it. It was out of stock for a while. I bought 2 rolls when it came back in stock. Sunday 5-minute builds. Is this the is this a 3 seconds? This is 5 minutes worth of building, just like 3 seconds worth of giveaway time. I need more towels. Get everything greasy. Hey, Marcel. Playing with the NAS and Unify stuff you got yesterday. Nice. Very nice. Allows what? If I allow what? Post my Voron build on your, absolutely. Yeah, there's a little community builds. It doesn't have to be Voron. It can be any printer related build. There's a community builds forum channel on my Discord. Discord invite link is in the description. Put a bunch of lock nuts, right? 4 M3 in nuts. And insert 2 M3 in nuts into the bed spacer in the rear. Okay. What? Oh, boxes. Boxes. All the lock nuts. Now I'm gonna pull on this one. You got to be careful because it's a little flexure thing. I'm grabbing it here. That's as far as that goes. That one just slid in. Oh. Okay. And then there's another piece. Hey, Gert. Got 2 of these nuts in here. You're back. Where did you go? No. Okay. Next. Turn the heatbed carriage back to where those are up. Take the Core One bed mount right part and slide it under the right fork. So turn this over there. Left. Right. R is for right. Hey, Zombie, welcome. Hi, Ella. Zombie, thank you for the banana. This is going to go on right like that. Looks like 2 M3x10s. There we go. I imagine we do the same thing over here. number 2. Okay, so those are on. Left there. Okay, so now we've got, are we actually putting the bed on? Apparently, okay. So, let's see. Clean up some of this stuff. Bob, welcome. Okay, so we are going to put the bed spacer there in the middle. That should match. Yep, that matches the height of these. So that's our reference point. We've got a bunch of fasteners that go around there. Put that aside. Go. I don't know what to do with that thermistor wire yet. Just make sure it's out of the way. This goes straight down. Let's start with that center one, and then we can line everything else up. Put that in there. This guy. Killer Prince, thank you for the hot dogs. Super sticker. And then we'll put in all of these guys. Where are they? They had itty bitty short flatheads. Not tightening. Oh. Okay, I watched it the whole way. Watched it the whole way. It's right over here. Okay, it's right over here. I watched it the whole way, and I still don't immediately see it. Where are you? What in the world? I watched that the entire way. There it is. These floors. I'm gonna build my garage. I'm painting the floor pink. It's not a bad idea. Expansion joints in my garage floor own more hardware than I do. At least you can find stuff in those. You just clear it out every once in a while and you're golden. Okay. Next, I'm going to tighten these in order. Center, outer middle, and corners. Finished my Mac for rest Core One upgrade on Friday. But what should I do now with the M4? There's not a whole lot left is the problem. Not a whole lot of that build left. Gently but firmly. Gently but firmly is accomplished. So now we need the top, this part here, and a couple of M3x10s, and the 52 by 8. That must be this one. Is this 520 millimeters? It is, exactly. Cleared out my expansion joints to build this inertia cube. It skips vid frames. Okay, so that, and oh, here we are. This is important. This is, so we still have the thermistor wires going off in that direction. Make sure I don't get these all tangled. So those, and then we have the LED strip comes up through there. Guide the heated bed cables through the cable channel. Oh, and then that's where the thermistor comes around. And then okay. So, let's do it this way. This guy, we want to, this guy comes up through here first. We all here understand it's really important to have several printers because one is none. Two is one. The right number of printers is n plus one. Okay, so here's the deal. Those. So I want to make sure I'm not running anything through this pair of wires here. This is going around there. This is going to go around and tuck on the inside. Like that. And then this is going to there we go. Like that. This all comes off as a bundle. This is going to go on here and you get a couple of M3x10s through it. Yeah, how are we doing? We have almost 300 people here. Not quite 50% like ratio. Now I've got 8 printers, but I placed a hard stop on 5. N being a variable unique to each printer owner. I would agree with that. I don't know if I was supposed to put that on yet. I probably have to tie in the sleeve. Yep, got to tie in the sleeve. I shouldn't have put that on yet. I should have known better. I'm there, George. I'm there. I was more wanting to capture everything in there, but that's okay. So, better view out and there. Okay, so we have all of these. All of this stuff is coming out in this direction. And let's see, do I have these printed parts? Can I use this one? Yes, cool. So that, and then this. Oops, this needs to go there. I'll just do go. Okay, that is on there. I'm going to mess up with it. It is not caught anywhere, so then this, excuse me, this goes up and here. It says thread approximately, oh, I'm not supposed to do the whole thing. Slide about a centimeter up into this spot. Something like that. Oh, it does say. So it says do this, get it up there, and then that helps you to wrap the rest of it. But with this little tool, let me see. Let's see if we can find that link real quick. Wire sleeve tool. Split loom. There's lots of these types. Oh, this is the one I use. Yep, right there. So let me copy this link. For those of you that want to check it out, that is that tool. I did scale these. So I think there's various versions here, and I think I even might have scaled it. One thing I did change. So if you look at, what is it? Anywhere that there was a hard edge, they chamfered most things where they should be, but like this spot here wasn't chamfered, and I went in, there's step files included, and I chamfered those. But anyway, nope. We're gonna go back here and back here. So now that thing can go on the top. Right, that is that. Okay, now it wants you, then you do the rest, but that tool just makes it easy to just do it all. It's with 2 and 3 screws. Now we can get the M3 by 18s for the trapezoidal nuts. 2 trapezoidal nuts are included in the motor set package, and 1 nut can be found in the electronics and chamber parts package. Take the back and base assembly and orient the front side towards you. Place the Core One bed spacer rear onto the rear motor screw heads, making sure it stays in place. Very carefully thread the heated bed assembly onto the threaded rods. Keep in mind there's a spacer on the rear motor. Avoid the spacer by the heated bed covers. Next. So that goes there. And then the heated bed cable must run under the heat bed and behind the rear motor. Okay. That goes on there. That does that. That does that. That's on the bottom. And then we're putting that stuff on. Okay, let me clean up a little bit. So we have room here. Time for more coffee. Rear one is difficult. I use a piece of blue tack to hold it in place. Okay. Let's move this out of the way. Hey, buddy. Okay. During the Rocky Mountain, did you have time to spend with the community? Yeah, I chatted with a lot of folks at the booth. Chatted with a lot of folks all over the place. And I will be at Midwest Rep Rap Festival here in just 3 weeks. So if you're in that area, stop by. Very surprising thing is happening is Bondtech is going to have their index stuff there in Indiana. I am very much looking forward to seeing that. I was very, very surprised that they decided to make the trip, and I don't know if they're making the trip or if they have a representative here or what, but it's going to be a welcome surprise. Show us a trident. Okay, that thing goes in place, and then we place the whole other assembly over here. I have to go next year, and I'll be happy to say hi and have a beer with you. Awesome, yeah. Hey, Jeremy. My understanding is they're doing the trip. Oops, that's not what I wanted. I did want to just go here. Grab the bed. Oops, sorry, Felix. That goes there. So we're just going to set that down behind that. Rest of these. Oh, I want to bend those. Goes right like that. Let's see how that ends up going. Hey, Derek. Bondtech table will be busy. Yep. Was out of the blue. I was happy to see it. I was so happy to see that I even retweeted it. Okay, so there. It's down. Oh, what happened there? That's going behind and through. And then we are going to manually thread into the rear Z motor, screw the nut all the way until it seats into the heated bed carriage. Ensure the correct orientation of the part. Let's grab these. Okay, if we look at this, so what's Bondtech's preferred bread probe for index? I don't know. Don't they have their own? Trying to remember where that machine was that JP vandalized with a marker that one year. Which, the first year, that was a Voron Zero. That was the first, that's what started the whole I wish I was Prusa thing. I don't remember whose Voron Zero that was. It might have been Ray's. I don't have a load cell from what I know. It's using Pinda, but I think they're going to load cell long term. If we look at this real close, these lead screw nuts have two of the holes, see there, are threaded, and 2 of them are through. It says here it doesn't matter because these are probably M4. Just looking at it, grab an M4 fastener and see. Yeah, they are M4. So an M3 goes right through the middle of there. But it's just something to note. It doesn't matter, but those end up effectively being a through hole. Now we do want to put the flange part up. throw this thing down here. And then on this bottom piece, I know there's a challenge figuring out which way this goes, but set it like that. Hoping, yep, there's one hole there I can get to. Let's see if I can get this. There we go. Just kind of manipulating it through the holes here to try to get things mostly lined up by the time I get down there. So that's there, and then maybe grab another bend screwdriver, this one into place. Now both of those. That comes through the center. I'm gonna use, they show the threaded holes they're going through in the picture. They say it doesn't matter, but I'm gonna follow the picture. M3 by 18. M3 by 18. I think that's these on the back here. M3 by 18, yep. These guys go in. Yep, there we go. Cool. Those are in. And then I am going to use a ball end driver for these just to get them started. Okay. Doesn't matter which holes you use in the trapezoidal nut. You can push a 1.5 millimeter Allen key through the holes in the parts that align them. That's effectively what I just did. Secure the trapezoidal nut, heat bed carriage, and bed spacer rear together with 2 and 3 by 18s. That's that. This shows how that goes through there. And then we'll do the same on the front. Okay. Oops. Let's go here. We already cleaned these trapezoidal nuts last stream. Hey, one solid cube. Don't look up trapezoidal nut in medical encyclopedia. Okay, where are those? There they are. I am going to keep with the same thing I did in the back. I'm putting these through the threaded hole in the trapezoidal nut. We can turn that to get that down. Unlike on a Trident, these do get tightened. Garrett, the brand new wing sauce I made is now finally for sale. Put a little bit of investment in that, huh? That's all kind of staying concentric. Now, go. There is an amount of those lock nuts being pulled the rest of the way into the part, and then feeling at what point does it get tight. Do the same thing back here. Go. Okay. And then locate the grommet hole at the top right of the rear assembly and push the heat bed cables through in the following order. Like we go with the RGB LED. That is the bigger one. That's why. RGB LED has to go. How did that happen? That was you, wasn't it, Oscar? Dropped a yard meter stick. Okay, so this guy goes through here. Let's just pull this. I think it's going to be easier to do this. I wonder if it's going to be easier to do this for all of them. Thermistor cable next. And the power cables. Just making sure wires aren't wrapping around each other. And then this guy through there. Let's do. Yeah, I think that was probably easier than trying to squeeze them through there. Oscar's got a long tail. There we go, there's Felix. Okay, hang out. Hey, Pathetic Puma. We are one like over 50%. Okay, those through, and then the, I don't know how much, does it say? No more than 1 centimeter of the textile sleeve should protrude through the back side. Okay. There was actually no mention of putting a twist on this. I'm a little hesitant to put a twist on it because of the way it has to go straight down, and I'd have to experiment with which direction a twist might bias it towards hitting the back rather than coming into the front. But there was what seemed like extra overlap on this, so I don't know if it matters as much. So we're gonna just do like that. Let it just kind of naturally go in. Okay, next. No more than 1 centimeter, and then it probably wants us to do a zip tie on there. Guide the zip tie through the 2 holes. Tighten the zip tie firmly and cut off the excess. Oh, that's funny. Look at this. This is all tied together without the cable in it. And it's supposed to be. That's interesting. I was looking at this up here, which showed it. Oh, it's on the front. I see. Never mind. Make a loop around the heat bed cable on the inside. I see. I see. So we're gonna go. I'm gonna look at the back and make sure I've only got a centimeter sticking out. I've got a whole lot more than a centimeter right there. What did you do with the box turtle? Are you talking to me? So we're gonna go here around that. to... Hey, Stuart. The box turtle is working. I printed both days at Rocky Mountain without any issues. I mean, it's not something I use a lot here because honestly, I've been busy with trying to get this shed done and haven't done much for extra printing. But you use box turtle print the Prusa box lid. I did not. That was on the Core One, and I actually did manual filament swaps to get that. There we go. Cool. The instructions on the page for that box have the instructions for doing manual swaps. Okay, that's there. Tighten the zip tie, and then we are going to route some stuff on the back here. So let me flip this around so you can see that. We are going to take a little sidetrack here, and I am going to see where off. Okay. We are going to take a little sidetrack here. I was warned. These feet suck. Feet are probably fine. The adhesive holding them sucks. What are we going to do about that? So we had talks about maybe just doing VHB. I don't really want to do super glue. So let's try some VHB. That is very disappointing how poorly that works. VHB. VHB won't fix it, at least not in the long term. So my own 3M double-sided tape. Yeah. I have this. I suspect that the VHB is going to stick to that pretty well. So I'm going to leave that. We're just going to put a layer of VHB on there and see if that takes care of it. I am going to double clean these just to make sure. And we cleaned this before. We cleaned this really well before we did it. So this adhesive is just leaves a lot to be desired. Number one complaint. You're doing all four? Oh yeah, I am doing all four. We are just going to run this right down the middle. Right down the middle. Cut it off. And butt up to there. Right down the middle. Cut it off. That cheap adhesive peeled right off the rubber feed and ruined my first application. Okay, well, if it peels off the rubber, I'm hoping, my hope is that it's, and then cut the corner, that it'll stick to the rubber enough to be effective, but that one, yeah, that one, some of it's stuck here. Clean those off. Clean. Good night, Kobe. Hi, Jason. Let's go ahead and see how this is going to go. What do we got here? Oh boy, it's 12:30 already. Poity, thinking I might be pushing plastic today. Nope, I'm gonna be right in the way here because I do want to line this up pretty well. I design and print some custom TPU feed and drill mounting holes in the frame. Yeah, pressure sensitive. Well, that's why I was hoping with this other stuff, it's just setting the printer down and the weight of the printer on it over time would take care of the helping it stick, but it did not. We're going to get these done, then we'll set it down. Lost my boy cat 4 weeks ago to a car. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh no. Sorry, One Solid Cube. I don't know what the difference is going to be in who has success with these feet or not, but I think I've documented by doing it here that I did as good a job as you can with keeping things clean and applying with pressure, and they still came loose. So I think that's a sign of needing to look at maybe other solutions. Came off a little too easy. So we will try this. I don't know that this is going to be a good long-term solution, but if it'll not, if the feet will not fall off every time I try to move it during this build series, that'll be a win. And this one stuck. That stuff is... So this one we're gonna hope that the VHB sticks to the rubber. I'm gonna leave what's there just because I just tried to peel it and it's not. Just do that. I'm interested in that too, Marcel. I don't know how well this VHB is going to stick directly to the rubber. Peeling from the printer while mine got peeled from the feet. One side of the tape is thicker than the other and they flip the tape around. Oh, that'd be interesting. That'd be an interesting thing to know. Okay, so that is on. I have Prusa. I can't say anything on the print quality, but they do make some really nice looking machines. The Core One is a pretty good, I think it is a good looking machine. I like the aesthetic. I like the steel. Not a lot of faith that that's going to stick very well. Yeah, that's already peeling up when I try to peel the we'll see what it does with pressure. Hold this down. There we go. Yeah, I don't have a lot of faith in this solution. I don't want to use super glue. There are some other holes here that could potentially be used for foot mounting solutions. I don't know. I don't think anything else goes in them. There's these holes here. There's another hole in the corner, I think, that could be some sort of thing could be devised to have a foot on here. Okay. So now put this down, and that will hopefully get some pressure down on those. Need to get my simple metal out of the attic. Hey, Tough Fucks. Okay. Back to here. So, route the RGB LED across here. Yeah, it is going to go into that top piece. So let's see this angle a little better. Should have a place with the bridge rectifier so polarity isn't an issue. Oh, and are you a little behind there, Marcel? We were talking about, are you talking about the bed? We were talking about polarity on the bed a while ago. Okay, so this is going to go in through here. Plugs into that end piece. There. Guide the heated bed cable along with the thermistor through the left hole. Leave the cables hanging freely for now. There, and then the rest of them down through here. Careful not to, there. The gap there is slightly smaller than the connector. So make sure you don't pull the connector off on the through there. And then these guys go through here. They say leave them hanging for now. This can get cut though. How do you like the Molex ClickMate connectors? Have you ever crimped one? I like using them. I have not yet crimped them. However, I just got terminals and connectors, more terminals. So I'll get some experience with it. It is 1.5 millimeter pitch, so it's going to be challenging. Oh, that wasn't the button. That button. Okay, next. Sure that none of the heat run over the zip ties and must be guided underneath. Ensure none of the heat bed cables run over the zip ties. Okay, that's just so you don't actually. Using 632 terminal screw, connect the black power cable to the left. We're looking at here probably. Next. That's there. And then plug in. So we're just doing connections here. This is, okay. So making sure that all of these go underneath these zip ties that are in here. Okay, where are those? There's one. Should have a bunch of these. There's one. There we go. New crimping tools incoming, folks. Brace yourselves. I'm going to try to use the 2820. Joined the stream a few minutes ago. Just saw the nice big crate behind you. Fun time soon. Stay tuned Saturday, John. We're going to unbox it live on Saturday. Tried my Molex Pico blades a few months ago and found that my crimping tool doesn't have a die small enough for them. Yeah, Pico blades are really small. Okay. Screwdriver. This. And I don't know where they want you to, there's a lot of extra cable here. That. Mr. Wire in the way. There we go. That's the thing with the ladder leaning on it. That's the milk crate. Okay, so all these zip ties in front, just making sure that we don't grab them. And then this guy goes in right there. Okay. Next. Hey, I get gummy bears. How many do I get? 6 this time. Yeah, I grabbed exactly 6. Okay. What are we doing now? CoreXY assembly. That means move the printer back out of the way. I do watch Cloud 42. He got me 5% off on my mill. He had a coupon code because he's doing the CNC conversion. This mill that I bought it has a full CNC conversion, not full kit, but all the motion stuff, the ball screws and stepper mounts. You provide everything else. But James is doing, Cloud 42 is doing a series on converting that to CNC. I have no plans to convert mine to CNC. Hi, Nikolai. Making great content. Thank you. Give me an idea of how long it might take to upgrade my Mark IVs. Guess it's going to be a weekend job. You know, we'd spend a lot of time sidetracked here, so it won't take nearly as much time as I am. The mill is a Precision Matthews 728 VT. Okay, got a bunch of parts here. So these are machined aluminum. Very nice. So we need these pieces. And these pieces. CAD inspection. You're getting brave. Little X carriage, machined X carriage. And then these with, those are pre-greased. And then belts and stuff. What print settings did you use for that cat? Okay, let's see. We have those parts and we have the frame. And we're going to start by putting some in 3x10s into these pieces. Do not tighten them completely. A few turns are good enough. So we have good job, John. Good job, Greenbeard. Okay, and then we'll do the same over here. Here. That, and we're gonna bring over the gantry frame. Sure glad we have panologists chat. Always glad. Never a complaint for that. Okay, what do we got here? Looks like tabs up and that slot to the right. We're going in like that. And we have these parts that have some angles on them. Looks like that goes there, and that goes there. Ensure you're preparing the correct part for the correct side. Use the chamfers on both parts. That chamfer as the reference. So if we look at this, that's the chamfer. Big old cutout there. Hey, sir guy. 326 watching. We have 18 minutes until we're giving away some filament. We are over 50%, but now our goal is 200. So we're over 50%, now our goal is 200. Okay, place the rod holder left onto left front corner, the corresponding threaded holes. So that goes there. Secure it with M3x6 screws. Is that another feature not supported in the iOS app? What? Okay, that goes there, and then M3x6 screw. Is that, let me go back. Okay, just regular M3x6s, yep. Ahmad, thank you for the super sticker. Hi, Sven. Okay, we're gonna stick this guy in here first. That goes into there. Now I notice there is no mention of Loctite. This is metal to metal to metal, but we're following the guide. Okay, goes there. The other side. This would actually be easier to start with this one. Those are firmly tightened, and we need a bunch of these parts. So we need these bits and these bits and magnets along the way. These bits. Okay. Seems you can get XP for each time you chat. Why is that a thing? It's a YouTube experiment to promote engagement. Oops. Okay, so we got parts here, and then I need a couple of printed parts. Ooh, print things. Thank you for the gifted memberships. Is that Yule? Yule? Or am I completely off? Oh, we got a couple of printed parts. Where are those? These printed parts are XY carriage. XY carriage. In this bag. Make sure the linear holders are square or else you'll have issues later. Yeah, I've thought about that. I don't know what that actually means as far as how to make them square. What's that? I think it's going to be a matter of not tightening them fully and square them up with the rods. But we'll see. Okay, so we have all the parts in the picture. We have a bunch of M3x8 Torx, and I think that is these guys. M3x8 Torx. Those are gonna go because I started a black thread. So, Maurice, thanks for the gifted memberships. We'll put those in there. My nickname from Ulf, which is Nordic. Okay. Okay. Then we're going on to, we're gonna put in a 3x18. Let's, this guy. Take one of the XY carriage and orient it as shown. Use a beveled side as a guide. That's this guy right here. Don't accept gifted membership. If you're a member, you're not eligible to receive a gifted membership, so you get left out. What? Okay, so we're going to put in a couple of, just see how the orientation of this all goes. Okay, so we're doing this. We have a part here. That is correct. Put in our idler, and there are molded in features to keep that from rubbing on the sides. How's the progress on ClickMate connectors? I would love more crimping content. I just got mine. I haven't tried to crimp any connectors yet, but I am planning on making my own. Apparently that threads in to the plastic there. I am planning on making my own MMU3 cable, longer MMU3 cable for this build. Were you tempted to swap the Torx, or is that just me so I can use my normal tools? Oh no, I mean, Torx and stuff. I don't mind the Torx. Okay, so just, that doesn't have to tighten. You just want to go until the bottom's out. We will do some ClickMates on channel. Flip it over and put one through there. And then I imagine, oh, then this is there. Okay. Now we'll flip it over, put one here. And you want to be careful because there's no real feedback here because you're threading in before you get to the pulley. You don't want to have this offset and be driving into the side of your bearing here. So I think you want to go probably fairly slow. Maybe get this right there. You can just see it. And that actually won't go through, so. Yeah, see that? I got an idea. I got an idea for the next one. Get that through until it bottoms out. There we go. When we go to the next one, I'll try my idea. But now we got to get this piece. So that is this one. Prepare the linear holder left and position as picture. Attach one of the XY carriages. Install it to linear rail within 3x18 screws. Turn the linear holder upside down and 3x8 Torx screws. So we're gonna go there, and then there, and then there. Wounded hands. Mostly, so some cats, but mostly it's working in the shed on the wiring, scraping against things. Okay, so this guy goes on here. And more in 3x18s. Or even just things like the screw boss on a outlet box, reaching in there, and that's how I got one of these, is the screw boss just took a little gouge out of the top couple of layers of skin. Hey, Tactical Burning. One more down here. Just all the little things. Like One Solid Cube said, you're not projecting unless you bleed. I have somewhere up here, I have some marks because I have leftover Phoenix extrusions. You know, they're this long and they're sticking out from a shelf, and I keep bumping my head on them. Okay, now this thing goes on there. Prepare the linear holder left and position it. These are symmetric, so scrapes and cuts is part of the deal whenever working on electrical, plumbing, or carpentry. It is what it is. Hey, we got the 3D Musketeers crew coming in. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Hey, Grant, I'm just on a break from building a Mark 4S. Welcome, folks. Hey, Da Vinci. Hey, the Happy Extruder. Admiral Adama. Our folks. Okay, and we need, what are these? In 3x8? Yeah, Torx. Community leaderboard. I know, apparently they throw these things at my channel early. I got the ability to give gifts early. I think there's a couple other things I've gotten in their early testing. So welcome, folks. Okay, so we are going to grab this guy, and now it's in this orientation. This guy goes here. We're in the experiment stuff too, but didn't get that yet. So something I lost, Grant, is the last two streams. I haven't been able to do there. You should have 10 gifted memberships we can do as hosts per month. And I'm not 100% sure I didn't use all mine earlier last month, but today I don't have any. It doesn't even give me the option to gift memberships at all. So I'll be curious next week if it shows up or not. Maybe they're behind because today's the first of the month. I don't know. It is 3 minutes till giveaway. I never have gotten any. The being able to gift memberships, are you sure? Are you sure? Because that's been around a good while, and I feel like that's probably been rolled out everywhere. Okay, so there is no linear holder upside down to the holder and secure it. Okay. Tighten these in a crisscross pattern. Google releasing a project and then killing it. Never do that. Yeah. Okay, so that is one. We will probably be on to the next XY joint. Yeah, we got to put the screws in the other side. But we are going to get prepped up here for the giveaway. Good evening. Hey, William Martin. Watching tonight from Warsaw Airport. Let me bring up Gmail. And let's bring up Wheel of Names. While I have everybody's undivided attention, given we're about to give away something, I did get offered and go ahead and enter into the Vision Miner affiliate program. So you've seen me using the Nano Polymer adhesive as a cheat code for getting prints to stick. And since I have had good personal experience with it, I went ahead and joined their affiliate program. And the link is in the description. So just a little aside. Thanks, oh no, it's Mike. I'm supposed to have a 10% off coupon for that as part of it. I don't know if it's automatically applied. I need to figure that out. So if the price doesn't change, let me know if you're interested, and I'll reach out and figure out how I make sure that happens. So, okay, we are 1 minute away. So I'm not gonna start the countdown yet, but if you haven't, the link is in the pinned post and the description. Polymaker filament giveaway. If you're in the US or Canada, you get a coupon to the US or Canada store. If you're outside the US or Canada, you get a to pick from a list of filament. It is worldwide. Apparently not everybody wants free filament because we always have fewer entries than people watching. How to enter, link is in the pinned post and the description. It's a Google form. And welcome, Hintsky. Hinksy? Welcome. Okay. I know, it's weird to me too. This started a trend like 6 months ago. We started seeing fewer entries than viewers. I'll take free anything, it's in my budget. Exactly. Woo, we're approaching 400 people here, but we do have over 200 likes, so that's good. How are we doing? So we are at a minute after, so I might as well start my countdown. So I close these when we haven't had a new entry in 3 seconds. So 3, oh, 3. Storage shelf is full. There's always the floor. There's always the floor, Breckle. Floor is a big shelf for storage. We've had a few. 3, 2, 1. Maybe more bots. I would think if there was more, well, viewers could be bots, you're right, and they wouldn't be entering. I did get one. So 3, 2, 1. Half. Make sure I didn't miss any chats. Had a few folks send me stuff to take to Rocky Mountain for them. I thought I ordered a ton of filament. 2 more. So here we go. 3, 2, 1, 3, 2, 1. Done. Am I remembering? So Fibonacci sequence is the 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, right? So we have a nice, I might be missing, might be getting the term or the name wrong, but we do have 2, 4, 8 entries. What is the Fibonacci sequence then? See, I'm not remembering right. 1, 2, 3, 5, 8 is Fibonacci. 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8. Okay. It's plus. You're right. It's adding the previous one, right? 8, 13. Yeah. Next digit is the sum of the prior. Oh, okay. 1, 1, 2, 4. Okay. That makes sense. Nemo's doesn't add up then. 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 21. Yeah. Power's a 2. Anyway, 2, 4, 8. It seems like a good number. GJ, you got first in. Who got the last? Our routes got the last entry in. We were talking a lot about Reading Rainbow and other kids shows and the Creatrix Brits guest spot, and that had me thinking of like MathNet and what was that on 321 Contact. That's the name that stuck in my mind, so I used it and I was wrong. Okay. What do we have here? Let's do a number between 2 and 48. Number between 2 and 48. And 48. What do we got here? Hasio's print says 23. Let's do 23. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, and spin. Someone has, once a name comes up, you have 2 minutes to say something in chat. Oh, John Cho. Marcus Frisbee. Congratulations, Marcus. Are you here? You have 2 minutes to say something in chat. Timer starts now. Marcus Frisbee, congratulations. Reader Rabbit, I can still hum the things. Marcus Frisbee, thank you for being here. Congrats. Let's get this. Get this in here. Congratulations. Let's search. We are good. That means I go over here. This up. Right there. Let's fix this a bit. And email. Congratulations, Marcus. You will have an email in just a moment with your winning code. Awesome. And unpin and delete. Unpin the message. Delete it from the description. And save. Great. After it popped on screen. Nice. Nice, nice. Close. First letter was an M. Okay, awesome. Let's go ahead and clear this out, and I don't have to remember next week. Go back here. Tactical printing. Thank you for becoming a member. Awesome. What do we have here? Okay. I was just looking at the membership thing again. Okay, we are back to, we need to prep the other side. So what I was going to try on this, so we need to put these bearings in. What I was going to do, see, does this other side, oh, it still threads, but an Allen key or something in there is going to help keep that centered while we thread in a fastener from this side to hopefully reduce our chances of causing any problems with that. Minutes in. It's not. I don't like this. I really don't. I don't like that that's way too easy to drive a fastener into the side of your bearing. I want to look at this because my little method there wasn't perfect because I'm using too small of a driver. Yeah, see? Let's see this. Oh no, it didn't. I thought I saw something. It didn't do it, but I still don't like it. What else can we use that would be readily available? Nope, that doesn't fit. Does you see what I'm talking about? You've got a lot of plastic you're threading into with the screw here, which means you can't feel when the screw is going through the center of the idler. I'm trying to work this out live on how I would do this otherwise. I think it might be just getting it close and then making sure it, there we go. Get it close and just go like a quarter turn at a time. Okay, would I miss anything in chat? In here would have been nice. I did it slow, quarter turns. Yeah. That's what I think is probably the best choice because you might have a false sense of having it lined up otherwise. I can see why they don't make this slip fit here and thread here. There's not a lot of material there for it to be the only threads. And having it be an interference fit on both sides helps keep everything lined up. I think we'll go with that out until we see it there. And then, because that is a tight fit, and then just a little quarter turn at a time. That should, there we go. There we go. And then I can go all the way in. Now we're going to be building the same thing. we go. Why is CAN bus so hard? Are you using the esoterical CAN bus guide? See, Andres. Ah, Robert Drake. Let me introduce you to the definitive handbook on setting up CAN bus and Clipper. Robert Drake, go here. Go here and thank Esoterical. Hopefully it helps you. Now, with this guide, start at the beginning. There is a getting started section. Make sure you go through every single thing there. Yeah, just follow that exactly. Okay. Doop. Doop. Bop. Beep. Oh. Start at the beginning. Anyway. Okay. Hold her upside down. Install that. Next. Okay, position. CoreXY plates as shown in the picture. Slightly lift the CoreXY plate from the plate's inner side. Loosely attach a linear holder for the assemblies. What? The linear holders are now loosely... Oh, interesting. Okay. Not sure why that matters yet, but next. Okay. Smooth rod. We want the 10mm rods. Where did I put those? Right over here. 1 and the 2. Just wiping these down. Make sure they're nice and clean. So what are we doing? Next, we're gonna need some in 3x6s. CAN bus made mine recently. 9 times out of 10, it's one of the other modules that appears to be working, knocking everything else out. Next. Okay, slide both rear holders onto both 10mm smooth rods. Line up the ends of the rods with the holders and push them. Make sure the screws on the rod holders are pointed out of the frame. Line the front end with the front of the holders. Second shift starting to come in. You'll have a good one. See ya, Martin. And then we are going to put this on. So get here. And I think I'm going to just elevate this with some 1, 2, 3 blocks. Or anything of similar height, just to get this up off the bench here. So we're gonna take this guy and screws pointing out. Is that perfectly flush? That's going to go there. This one, screw pointing out, so same over here. Make sure that's loose enough. Some flush. So let's see here. This says that way. Make sure the screws on the rear holders are pointing out of the frame. Okay. Yep, I had that. I had my interpretation on that wrong. So that's fine. It's not a big deal. Not a big deal. Okay. Slide both rear holders onto both 10mm smooth rods. Line up the ends of the rods with the holders. Push both smooth rods through the bearings. Make sure the screws on the rear rod holders are pointing out of frame. Line up the front ends of the 10mm smooth rods with the front rod holders. Okay, whatever. All of this is just to get it. I'm going to also loosen these because this is all going to help all this to line up. Metric 1, 2, 3 blocks. They are not. I'm jinxing the build. Okay. This goes like that. Oh, my 1, 2, 3 blocks aren't tall enough. Okay, we need something else. We need something else. One, 2, 3 blocks are tall enough when you rotate them. LDO's 1, 2, 3 blocks are not metric either. So rotated 1, 2, 3 block. The two side. On the one side, there wasn't enough room to get this in here. So now we can put this through here very, very carefully. There we go. And these are pre-greased. You can tell when you look at them. Okay, so then this slides in here. This goes in. Make sure I didn't tighten this at all. Go. That's going to line up. Wow. There we go. Little wiggle wiggle. Little twisty wiggle. Filament box is a universal building tool for all printers. Yep, filament box would have been fine. And then we are going to line up the and 3x6s. I have some LDO blocks. I don't know which are which. I've bought a bunch on my own. I've had some that came with the Milo build. Metric and banana blocks. Yes, they are very easy to get mixed up, aren't they, Bill? That was a very definitely a thing. So, Blue, you can still say 1, 2, 3 block. It's a ratio, right? You got 1, and then you got 2 to 1, and you have 3 to 1. Okay. That feels good. So do the same thing over here. I'm just checking to see what's going on here. Okay. Actually measured my 1, 2, 3 blocks. Wonder if they are imperial or metric. Where did you purchase them? If you purchase them here, it is kind of hard to find metric 1, 2, 3 blocks around here. Now that rod is forcing these to be, and actually, technically it's not forcing them. We should be, I think the manual states this, we should be tightening the clamps on these rods before we tighten down the mounting points. Should be tightening these guys. Nope, this way. Tighten that, yep. It is 1 inch, 2 inch, 3 inch. But if you wanted to stretch that, you could say that that also applies to a metric 1, 2, 3 block, because it is a ratio. Okay, all of that should hopefully be lined up. Do not tighten the bottom screw. And we grab this stuff. XY, got one, got another one over here. Yeah. XY motor mount left, and the printed parts. 2 of these. Assembly multi-tool, spacer, 3.2 by 6 by 2. Everything is already both metric and imperial dimensions, just not in even increments. This is true. Oh, we have some M3 by 30s. What are those? Oh, that's 25. 30's in the next bin. How many of these do we need? In 3 by 32 of them. A couple of 18s. GT2 idler pulley, 6 of these. That's the rest of them. Okay. And here. So insert one pulley into the lower position in the assembly multi-tool. Insert the spacer. Should have 2 of these, I guess. Yep, there's 2 of them in here. Put the whole assembly, align holes in both parts and secure it. The plastic part has no pre-cut thread, so the screw will create as you tighten. Slight resistance is expected. So we do that, put that in there, then we put another screw through it. Hey Luke, I heard you did a marathon build of this. How long did it take? How long did that build take? When you said you were doing that, I said, good luck. And you did it. So good job. Oh, Ella, see you, Ella. Go. Till one measures something, it is neither imperial nor metric. However, if one has been measured, its state changes and can never be returned. Okay, so take this guy, put one of these in here, and it kind of snaps in. It's kind of neat. Put one of these in there, maybe. Oh, that is dangerous. Let's snap in from the front. There we go. One of those in there, and then the next in there. 13.5 hours with interruptions. Did it at the local 3D printing store. Wow. Wow. Good job, Luke. That's a grind. Okay, which one of these do I want? Let's see. That's there, that's there. That appears to be the one that's in the picture first. These are not the same, right? Yep, they are different. So that's good. So this is gonna go in here. There we go. And that does help line that up. So 3 by 18 right into, oh, that just slides in. What is that? No, that's the 30. That's the 30. 30, not the 18. We had a few jobs at work go completely wrong from mixing 1, 2, 3 blocks in parallels. I know I had a few sets worth more than carved SAE stuff after it was binned. Ouch. Okay, so align holes in both, secure it with the M3 by 30. Yeah, okay. Goes in there. Not tight, just down to the, and then this should pop out. It does have some float. Some float in strategic parts in these gantries is probably not a bad thing. And then 2 conversion kits, one for the Saturday and one for the Sunday. So then another one goes down here, and that gets that's an M3 by 18. Oh, I suppose it is. Okay. And this is one where we're going to have to be careful. And I think this is an area you might want to be careful if you self-print your parts, because that's a pretty thin spot and you don't want to crack along the layer lines. Troy, it was fun watching Brit's stream. I had a lot of fun on Brit's stream. I'm glad people enjoyed it. I enjoyed myself. See you, Admiral Adama. There. And then this is, you don't tighten any of these. You don't want to clamp this and crack the plastic. It's just tighten down till it bottoms out. And then a couple of square nuts. The nut. Insert into the XY mount right. Yeah, and then we move on to doing the other one. So square nut in here. And that one is done. Build another stack. Stack. This goes there. Another 330. That is nice. That is a slide fit. Just about. How many walls to print those PCCF parts with for self-print? Looking at the parts they shipped out, I'm pretty sure they used 3. Probably increased infill 2. I would. They did single perimeter top layer, it appears. If we look at the bottom, I think they used 4. It might be 3. No, I think it's 3. This overhang here looked a little different. I think it's 3. Yeah, kind of see. Right, let's see if I can get right around in this area. It's really easy to see, at least by in person. One perimeter on top too, gives them a nice top finish. I never bother. This is all off of Prusa's farm. There is some, if you look at that, you see some ringing there. But that is actually one of the worst that I've seen. Most of the stuff off their farm has been on point. 2 walls with 15% infill. Okay. I guess I can just finish this up. Plastic part. That goes that way on this one. Not sparing. Oh. Go. There's that. Okay, we're gonna need more M3 by 30s. we had 8 or however many pulleys in that, but we have 2 more in the electronics package. I think that must be these over here. What was that? Did you guys fight? I heard Prusa will start printing those on parts on Core One printers and PC if they haven't swapped already. Yeah, that makes sense. Do I have more in, what is this? Electronics, and where is that? In the electronics package. I think it's the 2 that I have right there. I think there's more. Yeah, it must be these 2. Okay. Next. Yeah. For the following steps, please prepare these parts. It must be in here. Is that right? Yeah. This is tensioners, maybe? Are the Core One Torx or Allen key screws? Yes. Yes, the answer is both. Oh, I am going to sit. Oh, I'm sore from working on stuff yesterday. Okay, we have a couple of square nuts. Slide the belt tensioner left into the belt tensioner pulley and insert a screw. So let's see, we have these that get a square nut. Square nut. And then we have right and left. So these are the same. So left and so for the picture, this goes on here like this. And an M330. Comes down through the top, threads into there. Go. Probably figure it's the same thing on this side. Those two. Okay, next. Another couple of M3 by 18s. Barrel nut cross thread the tensioner bolts. I had to reprint my left pulley holder because the square nut got stuck and free spun in the plastic part. Yeah, these I just threaded in by hand and they're threaded in. What you doing there, buddy? You leave Felix alone. Okay, we have pulleys. This one goes here. This one goes here. And 18 goes through the side. The Core One upgrade was showing batch 6. When I checked yesterday, my order is now batch 8. Ooh. That's unfortunate. I'll have to take my daughter to get boba. Have fun, John. Ship me over a boba, please. I'll take one. Have a great week. Okay, so I want to double check to make sure we don't do anything weird with the other one. What is this? Insert into the belt tensioner left, tighten slightly, 5 turns are enough. It must not protrude through the other side. This screw, referred to as a tensioning screw, will later be used to adjust the door sensor. Ah, I see. So there's this spot here, and it takes an M312 up through here. Just thread this in to the point where it's not protruding through the other side. Right to the end. That's where I'm going to leave it. The very first thing I turned off. It's turned off on mine as well. I'm going to install it, but it's turned off. Next, 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 next. Okay, so that is where we are on this one. Grid shipment estimated in batch 5, slipped a month. I know it sounded like they might have been refining some things as to what the options were, as to which ones were available when. So like the LCD, the new versus old LCD had an impact on what batch folks were in. If you don't install it, I think you're right, Christopher. It does use that as the indicator that it's a Core One. I saw that mentioned somewhere in the manual. Go. Okay, those two. We're gonna grab a bunch of those. Those two. And we're gonna set things up here. Hopefully we can move this forward a bit. Okay. Firmware has a door sensor disabled, does it? Get a filter and buddy cam cause additional delay, yeah. Okay, position the motor mount right on the CoreXY plate. Note the rectangular protrusion on the motor mount, rectangular cutout in the, slide the motor mount right under the CoreXY plate, ensuring the rectangular protrusion fits into the cutout. Ah, I see. Okay, so which one is that? I see that. Just get a slide, align the holes in both parts and secure them with an M3x6 screw in the designated hole. Ah, I see. So that's that. Which side is this? That must be this one. Okay. So that must be this. That little piece there goes in a hole that's behind me. There we go. That little hole there gets that. All right, like that. Are there any other things here? No. So, so that goes there. And then there's an M3x6 that just threads into plastic here to hold it in place, it seems. So don't want to thread. That's only 4 millimeters worth of threads, less than 4 millimeters worth of threads. So don't over tighten that, but that holds it in place. And then the same thing on the other side. And M3. So the same thing. Tab goes into low tap there. That goes right there. Very careful not to tighten that screw too much. Only a little bit of threads. Okay. Turn the CoreXY assembly upside down so that bent parts face downwards. Focus on the front left corner of the machine. How do we know what is the front? That's the front. I see. Go here. So I think we're going to go. Like this. And front left corner here, we're going to grab, this is right, this is left. This goes on here. Like this. It's got to go there and there and there. There's 1, 2, 3. Matches up with the 3 holes in the bottom here. These are insert and tighten. So these are M330s. Need to go to bed soon. Gonna miss. See you, Daniel. My expectation today is to just get this, maybe not even to the point of belting, because we are at almost 4 hours. We did go 6 last time, but I need to work on that wiring and try to be able to schedule an inspection this week. So I'm not expecting to go 6 hours today. So we'll find a good stopping point. Well before the 6 hour mark. Okay, so those are in, insert and tighten, line up the holes in both parts. On the other side, place the belt tension right assembly in the front, line with the front and inner side edges. Yeah, okay, just making sure that's correct over here. We're going to do the same thing. Like that. 3 holes there, 3 holes there. Oh, oh, okay. So that sticks out just a little bit. Well, there's a little feature there to take care of that. That's nice. This was an 18, right? Make sure I didn't grab something else. Yep. Oh, nope, this is 330s. 3 M30s. M330s. Okay. Next. Secure them. Next. Aha! Rail. So for linear rail, under no circumstances, remove the green anti-ejection safety pins. Piece of cloth or paper towel to wipe the preservation fluid from that. Let me shift this all over. Okay, this and where did I put the, there it is. This and this. go there, that goes there, that goes there. There we go. Daniel, welcome. How are you? Are you feeling better? Lots of preservation oil on these. THK, looks like. Oh, come on. There we are. We got leaderboards now, apparently. We're gamifying this. Oh, here we go. If anybody wants the full info here. THK, made in Japan. Yep. Oh, I guess you have my rail serial number. Don't do anything malicious with it. Okay. Next. Under no circumstances, immediately after removing the linear guide from the package, wipe off. Attach the linear rail on the linear rail beam and line up all the holes. Insert and slightly tighten in 3. Move the linear rail approximately to the center of the rail. Okay. Ah, those two. Okay. So, let's take this guy, which doesn't appear to, oh yeah, there is a left and right here. Which is, oh no. Oh no, this is important. This is really important. This is really important. This determines on if the rail is the right side up or not. How do we determine that? Apparently Prusa doesn't believe in the metal on metal on metal philosophy here, Daniel. There's no Loctite specified anywhere, and we're going with it. Oh, it's having us move things around. Oh, sorry. I should have been here. This is kind of funny. They have us put these in, and then you carefully move your stoppers so you can put screws in other spots. Next. Next. Okay, what do we have here? Position the assembly. Doesn't actually tell us. Huh, maybe it doesn't matter. It doesn't tell us what side those go on. There's no way to get to. So if we look at the back here, there's an extra hole over here. There's not one there. But looking at where this goes on these two pieces, there's no corresponding, as this goes here, there's no corresponding way to get to that hole, so I'm not going to worry about it. That was important though. We needed to know. We needed to know. Setting that as up. This on here. There we go. It's a, it was announced somewhere, Daniel. I don't know where I saw it in my studio or whatever, that it was being rolled out to select channels. Apparently I'm a select channel. Okay, let's follow their instructions. Hey, Daniel, have you had any trouble giving away the free gifted memberships? Because it doesn't give me an option today, even though it's the first of the month. I can't gift memberships at all. I'll have to pay attention on your Wednesday stream. Okay, so there's that. I didn't tighten any of those. Go back because I skipped a bunch of steps. Okay, so how to do this stuff. Don't move the carriage. Insert, tighten just slightly. And then there are 3/8 torques. Well, I should be able to still, even if I pay for them, gift memberships. And it didn't let me last stream. And it won't let me today. But I don't know if I had any left last month. So we'll see. I agree, Bill. That's my big concern. See you, John. Okay, that. And then there are both an M3. Make sure you have prepared the correct linear rail assembly you assembled earlier. And we're going to position the assembly the other way around. Attach the linear to the holes from the front side of the assembly. Secure it with 3. Okay, let's flip this around. Pull this back this way. This guy around. Okay. So this is going to go face up like that. And these guys over here. Now you're going. See you, Daniel. Torques. Here. Where did that go? There we are. Tightened, just in place. Back to back here. That. How do they filter bots? They're doing a better job of filtering bots. We haven't had the bot issue in a very long time. Missed 3 years, well, for step to 4. Exactly. Thank you. Thank you for being a member for 37 months. Now you're feeling better. We got to figure out a time to catch up. Hey, kiss. Okay, so secure it with 3 from the back side on both left and right sides. Position the assembly with the motor mounts facing you. Move both linear holders approximately to the center. Attach the linear rail assembly to the holders from the front side of the assembly. What? Isn't that what I just did? Isn't that what I just did? There, there, there. Oh, okay. It's just the pictures. Now we get to take these things off. Oh, does that actually come up with a big ol' satisfying graphic on your side? This is a 3D printer. We are building the Prusa Core One as a conversion kit for a Mark IV. That's interesting. It's just bending in these tabs here. On top of the chat screen, my XP just rolls forward like a jackpot. That's funny. Okay, now we got this thing. Bed top rear. So that's gonna join right here. Thanks for the gifted memberships, Daniel. Appreciate that. So we have this thing here and some square nuts that go in it. This and some square nuts and 8 and 3x8 Torx. We put square nuts in all the places. Then we put that from the bottom, apparently. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, that lines up fairly well. Here. There. These guys in here. Oh. Here and here. Go. And all of those. Okay, so now this is gonna go that out of the way. These are gonna go in here. Those 1, 2, 3 blocks are about perfect for this. So Daniel, you still here? I got talked into unboxing the mill on stream this coming Saturday. We're gonna do that. Bill is coming over and we're gonna do it live. That. This one threads into plastic. That is not the same mill. This is a manual mill. It's not a CNC mill. This is not a sponsored tool. It is a fully purchased tool, but I figure you guys might like to see it come apart, and I think we can do it safely. Okay. Next, we're gonna get into, we've got this, that's kind of nice, a little spacer tool. That goes on there. That's the other spacer, that's kind of neat. I don't really want to get into belting at this point. We're at 4 hours. And I really do need to go work on the shed. So I think this is going to be the point where I'm going to break. Yeah, I think this is a good spot where we're getting to the point. If we go any further, then I need to finish as far as getting belts into place. So, and that'll just extend it to extra time. So I think that is where we are going to cut, right where we're getting to putting steppers on. So next Sunday, or next Saturday, we are going to, yeah, what's a break? I know, Luke. I've been there. I put in my time. Saturday, we're going to unbox this. So if you're interested, be around, watch out for the posting. I'll put it out there. Sunday we'll be back on the Core One here, and I expect we'll make it quite a ways through. Maybe finish it off next weekend. Yeah, on YouTube. Yep, we're gonna do it right here. I'm gonna make it public. It's not gonna be a Charlie's Angel stream. I expect we'll have more than 25 people on this, so not a Discord stream. So with that, thank you everybody for hanging out. Thanks for the gifted memberships. Thanks Polymaker for letting me give away a roll of filament. Reminder, I did enter the Vision Miner affiliate program, so the link will be in the descriptions. And there should be a 10% code. If you're interested in, you're not getting that code, then let me know, and I will find out what I need to do to activate that. So, hope everyone has a good week, rest of your day, and we'll see you next time. Enjoy the build. Bye.